Hello, 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 hello.
ഹലോ 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 കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? ഹലോ 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 അതാ VMSന്റെ ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് കൂടെയാണ് പോണത്.
Hello, 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 hello. VMSന്റെ upload കിട്ടിയോ?
ഒരു മിനിറ്റ്, VMSന്റെ മ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. Hello, testing. Hello, testing. Hello, hello. Eh? Hello, testing. Hello. Hello, testing. Hello. Hello, testing. Hello, testing. Hello, testing. Hello. Hello.
Hello, 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 hello. ഓപ്ഷനും പിന്നെ
Hello.
കുറച്ച് ഇത് SSC 2 കുറച്ച് SSC ഒക്കെ വരാനുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതെ, ആദ്യം ഞാൻ അവിടെ നിന്ന് ഒരു എൻഗേജ്മെന്റ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പാർട്ടികളും അതെനിക്ക് കിട്ടില്ല.
നമ്മുടെ ടാഗോർ ഹാളിലെ അന്ന് ഇവര് ഈ ഓൺലൈനായിട്ട് കയറ്റി വിട്ടില്ലേ അന്ന് നമ്മുടെ ഈ കോഡർലെസ് മൈക്കിന്റെ ഔട്ട് എവിടെയായിരുന്നു സെറ്റ് ചെയ്ത്? ഔട്ട് ഓക്സ് വണ്ണിലായിരുന്നു കൊടുത്തേ. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് പ്രിയാമ്പ് ആംപ്ലിഫയർ തന്നെ കൊടുക്കും. പ്രിയാമ്പിൾ ഇവരുടെ മൈക്കിലേക്ക് ജോബിയെ ഇത് നിങ്ങളുടെ സിസ്റ്റത്തിന്റെ മൈക്കാമ്പിലേക്ക് കൊടുക്കാനാണ് അങ്ങനെ കൊടുത്തേക്കണല്ലോ. പ്രിയാമ്പിന്റെ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് എടുത്ത്
പിന്നെ ഓക്സി കൊടുക്കേണ്ടത് അവരുടെ അവിടെ നിന്ന് കേൾക്കാനുള്ളത്.
ഓക്സി കൊടുക്കേണ്ടത്
അവരുടെ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ഔട്ട് എടുക്കണം.
നിങ്ങളുടെ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ഔട്ട് എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? അത് ഓക്സി കൊടുക്കും. ഔട്ട് എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? അത് ഈ ആംബി കൊടുക്കാനാണ്. അത് ഇതാണോ? അല്ല, നിങ്ങളെ അവിടെ നിന്ന് അത് ഓക്സി കൊടുക്കാനാണ്. ഓക്സി വണ്ണിലാണോ അവിടെ കൊടുക്കണ്ടേ? എന്നിട്ടോ അന്നേരം ആയിക്കോളൂ.
ഹലോ 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 ടെസ്റ്റിംഗ്. ഹലോ ഹലോ ടെസ്റ്റിംഗ്. ഹലോ 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 ടെസ്റ്റിംഗ്. ഹലോ 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 ടെസ്റ്റിംഗ്. Hello testing. Hello 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 testing. Hello hello testing. Hello 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 testing. Hello hello testing. Hello hello testing. Hello 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 testing. Hello hello testing. Hello hello testing. Hello 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 testing. Hello 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 testing. Hello 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 testing. Hello hello testing. Hello Hello, testing. Hello, 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 testing. Hello, hello, testing. Hello.
Hello, check, check. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to Udyama 1.0 Industry Academia Government Conclave. We are honored to have you all here today for this important initiative organized by the Department of Information Technology in collaboration with the Directorate of Technical Education, Udyama 1.0. We are organizing a day-long hackathon, Hydro Innovative, which is to develop innovative solutions for clear water and sanitations. Let's extend a warm welcome to our coordinators, Head of Mathematics Department, Associated Professor Dr. Rashmi R, and Professor Dr. Jnana Sheila of Safety Department. Now, I'd like to welcome our Head of the IT Department, Professor Dr. Rashmi PS, to share valuable insights about Udyama 1.0.
Good morning, everyone. Industry Academia Government Conclave Udyama 1 is a long-term initiative developed and implemented by Directorate of Technical Education and under Kerala Higher Education Department. The program is designed to address the skill gap between the current courses offered in engineering and polytechnic sectors and the demands of industry. Its main objectives include gathering recommendations from industry representatives to reform the curriculum, identifying the skill required in the industry, designing add-on courses apart from the existing courses to provide relevant training, and ensuring the involvement of alumni and industry in internship programs. As a part of the preparations, pre-conclave events are being conducted in all technical institutions across Kerala for about 3 months, starting from August 21st. The event will serve as a platform for alumni entrepreneurs, industry representatives, and educational experts to interact with students and teachers. The conclave will feature debates, cultural programs, student project exhibitions, industrial product displays, panel discussions with international representatives, etc. The district level inauguration of the pre-conclave events for Ernakulam took place on September 3rd at our institution. The event was presided over by Mr. Kurian Thomas, the manager of the Tokach Public School Society, and the official inauguration was conducted by Mr. Anup Jacob, MLA. The Joint Director of Technical Education Department, Ms. Annie Abraham, gave the welcome address, and the Udyam coordinator, Dr. Rashmi, presented the project details. Now, as the head of Information Technology Department, I'm delighted to welcome all the participants to this hackathon competition, Hydro Innovate, organized by Department of Information Technology as a part of Udyama 1.0. This marks the third event from our institution, and we are proud to have registered for 9 pre-conclave events in Udyama 1.0. I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to Dr. Rashmi R, the institution level coordinator for Udyama 1.0. I extend a special welcome to our esteemed evaluators, Dr. Jnana Sheila and Dr. Ashmi M, as well as to all the teachers and the students coordinating this event, especially Ms. Priya Sarah Matthew, Ms. Draupadi, Ms. Amina, etc. Let's make this event a successful and engaging experience. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. Now we can begin our section. Today's hackathon topic is Clean Water and Sanitation Smart Water Management System. This hackathon unites students, educators, and IT professionals to develop smart water management systems to tackle water scarcity and pollution. We have school students with us here with us, B. Devanand, Titishka Nair, and Navanitu Kumar, and their mentor, Devasri R from Sri Saraswati Vidya Mandir, and all the participants from various department of TIST. We are excited to have all of you here today and look forward for your active participation. Thank you for joining us. Moreover, I'd like to welcome Dr. Jnanashila, our esteemed judges, Dr. Jnanashila and Dr. Ashmi M, who will be evaluating today's presentation. It's an honor to welcome Dr. Jnanashila, a professor at Tokach Institute of Science and Technology from Safety Department, with over 25 years of experience and more than 50 international publications. Her expertise in AI, communication, and power electronics is invaluable. We are delighted to have her with us today. Welcome, ma'am. It's a pleasure to invite Dr. Ashmi M with a BE in Electrical and Electronics and an ME in Control and Instrumentation from Anna University, as well as PhD in Controllers from Biomedical Applications from NIT Calicut. She has 6 years of teaching experience, 2 years of research in an ICMR funded project with an IIT Delhi, and 2 years in IT at Cognizant Technology Solutions. We are thrilled to have you here, ma'am. Now we are going to start our presentations. After each presentation, you will be having questions from the judges. Now, our judge Ashmi ma'am will tell few words about, few rules to follow.
Good morning, all. So there are total 8 teams participating in this hackathon. So each team will be given 10 minutes for the presentation. I hope all will be ready with your presentation slides. So be precise, explain the problem and the solution which you are proposing in 10 minutes. There will be a question answer discussion after your presentation for about 5 minutes. So in total, 15 minutes for each team, out of which 10 minutes you have to present and 5 minutes will be for the discussion. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, so now we have our first team here. I invite Elvin Elias and team from Talkach Institute of Science and Technology to present their presentation. So here we have Elvin Elias, Abhishek C, and Roshan Jodi.
Hi, hello, good morning. We are here to introduce our views on smart water management system. Water, we all know, one of the most important fundamental system which we require. We are starting with the smart water management system, coming with the problems. So mainly we are facing 4 problems for the water management system. Growing demand. So population is increasing day by day. We cannot afford water. because it's one of our most basic need. We can live without shelter, food, etc. But without water, it can't be possible. So let me show a graph of UN prediction. It shows the demand of water year by year. They predicted that 2024 there will be a 10% decrease in the amount of water. So let me introduce my friend to take up with the technical side.
What are the possible solutions that we can implement in order to reduce water shortage or scarcity? So first of all, we could use a type of sensor known as IoT. These sensors are primarily developed so that we can counter most of the issues. They are programmable, so we can program it in such a way that it will improve water efficiency or reduce the waste of water. We can also use collect data which further enhance our knowledge and then use those data to create systems which will improve water efficiency of water usage. There are three types of IoT systems used. They are tap water sensors, which serves water when they sense body temperature or other possible sensors. There are also smart water tank sensors, which senses the water level in each of the tanks and alert the user in a way that we can conserve the wastage of water rather than overflowing the tanks. And there are also smart meters which ensure that which ensures that these motors and similar water using devices are on and off perfectly in order to reduce the overflow, less polluting, etc. in water systems. These are the four different types of IoT sensors used for water management. First one is passive infrared sensors. These sensors are passive in a way which senses and sends signals without human interaction or giving command signals at every time it has to be worked. Then we have hydraulic pressure level sensors. These senses the pressure and water level in tanks, which help us to alert the user in order to off or on the systems. We also have water quality sensors. These senses the different water hardness, then pH level, etc. in order to make sure that the water we are served is pure as much as possible. Then we also have flow meter sensors. These senses the water flowing in and out of a pipe, which prevents leakage and further problems. We also have conclusion and serve water for future. This states mainly 3 points: stability, conservation, and efficiency. Stability. As we conserve water, we can reduce the wastage in such a way that future generations can also use our water and increase the water efficiency at least by a 10% margin for the future. Then conservation. By reducing leakages, controlling water usage and all, we can conserve water for the future generations. Then efficiency. Efficiency means the water we use versus the water we conserve is what efficiency. So if we improve our conservative measures, we can further improve the efficiency, which will bring future generations less water scarcity.
With the example, we can say that if a person required 1 liter of water to wash his hand in one situation, he only used 700 ml of water to wash his hand. Balance 300 ml of water is waste. So it's just a small case. When we think about a large scale, if a person is having washing his hand 3 times, 4 times in a day, it amount of 1.5 liter of water is waste in one situation for a single person. So if we see as a whole of this world, there will be a huge loss of water is wasting while the usage of a used to wash hands. In each cases, we are just adding sensors to taps for if the hand is not under the tap, the water will not provide. Only when the hand is under the tap, the water is just applied. So it's our presentation. Any further questions?
Any questions from audience? What is the significance of this IoT sensor?
As we speak, the tap requires the only time when the hand is under the water. So if we use a passive sensor, player sensor, it dictates the presence of the human hand, the human presence. So only when the hand is under the sense of the sensor, it only provide water. So if in case of we have to take a soap or something like that, we remove the hand from under the tap. That time we does not require water. So that small changes can create a big change in the whole world. So later we see that the UN predictions 10% of water scarcity is increasing as 5 years grows. So in future we can't think that we cannot live without water. We can live without food even, but we can't live without water. So these small changes we can serve the world to the future generation.
In conclusion, you say some efficiency is improved. How will you say the improvement of efficiency?
So as we all know, in our daily life, when we turn on the motors for pumping the water up to our higher tanks, what happened is it could overflow, which would lead to a lot of water being wasted as overflowed. So when these smart meters are used, they would sense the level of water in your upper tank, which in turn will cut off the supply for the motor, which will stop water from being pumped further. So in that way, we are effectively reducing the overflow, which will further conserve the water that and just allow the water that are used for our daily purpose to be kept in the higher tank, which could mean that we are improving the efficiency as well as the taps we use with sensors. The water wastage is reduced as the water is only ejected when the hand or a heat is sensed by the IoT. So when heat is not sensed, water is not wasted by simply pouring. That will improve the efficiency, as efficiency can be not equated, but we could say that used water to the total water wasted is total water is efficiency. So when you reduce the water wasted, the used water gets lower. So which means automatically our efficiency is improving.
You said about some flow meters, flow level sensors, right? So can you say some applications where it is used?
So we could say that large companies use big generators and motors, so they need a huge amount of cooling materials. So we at times we use water as a coolant, So huge amount of water being flown through this is a waste, as we only need enough water to cool the system. So flow meters detect the required water and only pushes the enough water or rejects the enough water into the system that can cool, rather than sending lot of water which increase the overall temperature of water, which further leads to other natural calamities and other pollution factors.
Nowadays, you would have seen in many shopping malls and other restaurants that we need not manually open the tap, right? Everything is being sensed. Our motion of the hand is being sensed and water is pumped, right? So, based on the solution which you are proposing, like all the public places should have taps like that, is it?
We are talking about the ordinary person, the common man in a common house. So the census requires just 200 amount. That small amount we can change a large resource of water. So we, as Miss said, that the shopping malls have these sensors. We are giving an application to the houses, the small common man's houses. So in every house, there is a huge amount of water can be served.
Okay. Any other conventional methods of preventing water scarcity other than this modern technological sensors and other IoT?
These small changes can lead to a big change. That's why we are focusing on these things. Every home wasting a lot of water. So these small changes will lead to a big change.
Okay. Any questions from audience?
Thank you for.
Thank you, Elvin, Elias, and team for the wonderful presentation. They are from EL Department of Tokach Institute of Science and Technology. Now, next team, I invite B. Devadat and team from Sri Saraswati Vidya Mandir. Sorry for the delay. We'll start in 5 minutes. So the team members are B. Devadatt, Titishka Nair, Navneet Kumar. Start here.
We have entered a world, an era where we march with technology, we march with science, and we march with innovation for development. In such a world, it's such a dawn that we are marching with the problems as well. The problems of development that faces our society and our people. This is where the problem of water scarcity comes in. In slums of India and the slums around the world, we can see the people suffering, their face deteriorated and fraud or turning. This is where we come with the idea of AquaGrid. Our project focuses on providing proper sanitation and water facilities for such people. This is how much our slums are suffering. 62% of our total slums are not having proper water facilities. The 38% that rains is still in vain. The problems: inconsistent access to water, contamination risks, health hazards, and inefficient distribution. Such a totality must be front, and that is where we come with our solution of AquaGrid. An intelligent water management system where we use IoT sensors as well as fraud sensors for moving on with the problem as well. The different houses in our system will be connected in and integrate with providing the proper facilities. These are our objectives and the key features of our project. AI-based water management flow. We know that we are in the dawn of AI. AI reigns everywhere we see. And that is where we are having AI-based water management system and automated maintenance systems, water prediction, as well as full filtration methods that we have made today. The mobile app for users are a great advantage of our project. So how this basically works is by having a water management or flow management system which controls the flow of water from the contaminated water bodies or from annihilated pipes. This water can completely be managed with the AI system that we are having with various sensors provided. Moving on. Real-time contamination detection. In our pipelines or in the pipelines that we provide with, we would have two major aspects: continuous monitoring of the water system as well as immediate response. We will use several IoT sensors for detecting the water flow, the microbial organisms as well. The ones that are harmful will be detected with humidity, rainfall. This prediction will be on the basis of real-time data, and this will help users to manage water resources effectively. And the third feature is there will be an awareness section where it will include all the FAQs, all the frequently asked questions, so that people who have doubts regarding water usage, conservation, etc., they can go and check out our awareness section, and their questions will be answered over there. Other than that, there is the last feature, which is machine learning based water quality prediction. So what this will be doing is it will be taking all the pH values, solidity level, sulfate level of the water, and it will be predicting if the water is safe for consumption or not. So these are the 4 features of our Hydro Hub app. Now we'll be moving forward to the methodology, what all technologies, what all technical stacks we'll be using for our project. So these are the 3 features. The first one is a chatbot. As I already mentioned, it would be a friendly assistant. We are going to develop this chatbot using Gemini API, and the language, the programming language we are going to use is Python. This will be implemented using Flask, as in the UI display will be done using Flask. Other than that, there is weather prediction. This is a feature which will be implemented using weather API from API Ninjas, and it will be telling us all about the wind speed, pressure, humidity, etc. in the whatever region the user wants. Other than that, as I already said, water quality test, which will be done using machine learning algorithms. As I already said, the machine learning algorithms will be evaluating the performance, evaluating if the water is safe for consumption or not. 3 regression models we'll be using, which will be linear regression. The second is random forest, and the third will be support vector regression. The first, that is linear regression, will be we are using this machine learning algorithm to predict continuous target values using a straight line. Linear regression is very much simple and easy to interpret. That's why we are using linear regression. The second is random forest. We are using this machine learning algorithm because it will be using multiple decision trees. As we all know, decision trees is basically it has branches, nodes, etc. And it will be it is very much easier to understand non-linear relationships using random forest. The other is support vector regression. We'll be using these 3 machine learning algorithms for the water quality prediction, and the next step is feature selection, etc., data processing, and etc. We'll be implementing this app using Flutter. The more details about Flutter will be telling by Akhil.
Hello. Okay, Flutter is a cross-platform. It's created by Google. It used to build multi-platform apps, and
before concluding, I would like to summarize what we are trying to build and why we are trying. Am I audible? Why we are trying to build? As I said, we are trying to reduce the discrimination of water, as it should be accessible to everyone. So here we are trying to implement the weather prediction system, that is rainfall, wind speed, pressure, etc. That will be very much helpful for a farmer or person who are related to working in that specific field. The water quality test, which much required and much necessary for the people who doesn't have a good quality water accusation of this good quality water. They don't know if the less amount of water they are getting is consumable or not. And the FAQ session, as of now, there is a much privileged section who actually have access to water currently. They may or may not have the need of saving the water, but they should be saving the water as a moral value. So for them, we are trying to build this chatbot, and as educational purpose or health purpose, we can help them with that. We would also like to show some future goals we are trying to implement. Community engagement, foster community initiative through awareness campaigns and collaborative projects. As we all know, only as a community we can thrive, and build an actual ecosystem to save water. So we have to have a good community, including NGOs, governments, and other organizations, even education systems, partnerships, collaboration with environmental organizations for research and outreach efforts. Even though we try to implement these systems, there should be an actual users, and we have to make them reach to each and every corner of the world, even the slums, the normal household, the richer household, the state stakeholders, everyone. So for that, we are required to have partnerships, especially from organization and industries. Scalability, we are trying to expand that to cover more regions and diverse water quality problems. Thank you.
You are planning to develop a app,
Yes, mobile app.
mobile app. How will you predict the water quality?
We are trying, initially we will be implementing by adding the pH values. Initially it is an experimental only, then eventually we will be scaling up with IoT devices.
You are planning to develop some machine learning models. What
Yes.
is the input of machine learning model?
So as I said, we'll be using 3 machine learning models: linear regression, support vector regression, and random forest. So the user will be putting the pH value, solidity value, TDS, chlorine value, sulfate value, and like 7 to 8 values the user will be providing the model, and the model will be telling the TDS level of the water and telling if the water is safe for consumption or not.
What is the output of the predictive model?
If the water is safe or not for consumption, and the pH level and the TDS level of the water.
Regarding the weather forecasting, you just told an example of the farmer, no, who is doing cultivation. So how your app is going to support that?
We are trying to implement an API for that. So we will be predicting the weather APIs that will be having humidity, rainfall, and those kind of, we normally have in our phone, right? That future scopes of whether they are going to have a rainfall or those kind of things. We are going to implement in one app so that they don't have to rely on various systems. They only have to look in this one app.
Okay.
Thank you, Rini, Sarah, and team for the incredibly informative presentation. Now, next I invite Hiba Berin, Sai Krishnavi, Basil George of Tokach Institute of Science and Technology, EC Department.
Good morning. I'm Hiba Biran, and this is Sai Krishnavi, and this is Basil George. We are given the topic clean water, sanitation, and smart water management system. Nowadays, we can see that we are facing a problem of having clean water, and also we are not. It is difficult to detect the leakages of water pipeline system at a home as well as in municipal societies as well also. So the idea which we are putting forward is ALPS, which stands for air-based water leakage prevention system. For this project, we are using integrated model which is used for monitoring the water quality as well as water leakage detection system. For this, we are using advanced sensor technology as well as IoT and also AI models. The importance of this project is that we are losing a lot of water because of the leakage, and also potential health risk can also arise. The challenges in current method is that in the traditional method we'll have to check the leakage by turning off the meter and also manually check it, which is time consuming, and also it is much more difficult than that. And also a lot of water is lost due to this manual checking. So for knowing more about the technical aspect, I invite Basil to give more.
For leakage detection technique, we use two types of sensors. One is pressure sensor. Pressure sensor will detect the flow of pressure of the water. And ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് വെള്ളത്തിലെ പ്രഷർ സെൻസ് ചെയ്യും. പ്രഷർ സെൻസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും അനോമലി ആയിട്ട് പ്രഷർ വേരി ചെയ്യുവാണെങ്കിൽ അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്യും. ഇപ്പോൾ ലീക്കേജ് വരുവാണ്, കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്യും. അതുപോലെ നമ്മൾ ഫ്ലോ സെൻസറും കൂടി യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഒരു അനോമൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഫ്ലോയിങ് വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് ലീക്കേജ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന്, അപ്പം അതിൻ്റെ രണ്ടിൻ്റെയും കൂടി ഡേറ്റ നമ്മൾ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്ത് AI വെച്ചിട്ട് ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്യും. ആ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്ത മോഡലിനെ യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ പ്രെഡിക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യണത് നമുക്ക് ലീക്കേജ് ഉണ്ടായോ എന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ. ലീക്കേജ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് മൊബൈൽ ഫോണിലേക്ക്, നമ്മൾ IoT യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് മൊബൈൽ ഫോണിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ വരും, ഇപ്പോൾ ലീക്കേജ് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട് ആ കാര്യങ്ങൾ. അങ്ങനെ വരുവാണെങ്കിൽ അപ്പം തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ഔട്ട്ലെറ്റ് വാൽവ് ലീക്കേജ് പ്രെഡിക്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അപ്പം തന്നെ ക്ലോസ് ആവും. നെക്സ്റ്റ്, വാട്ടർ ക്വാളിറ്റി മോണിറ്ററിങ്. വാട്ടർ ക്വാളിറ്റി മോണിറ്ററിങ്ങിൽ നമ്മൾ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഫേസിൽ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ടർബിഡിറ്റി സെൻസർ. ടർബിഡിറ്റി സെൻസർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് വെള്ളത്തിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇമ്പ്യൂരിറ്റീസ് കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ് ടർബിഡിറ്റി സെൻസർ. ടർബിഡിറ്റി സെൻസർ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇമ്പ്യൂരിറ്റി ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ വാട്ടറിനെ നമ്മളൊരു ഫിൽറ്ററിലൂടെ പാസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടായിരിക്കും നമ്മൾ ടാങ്കിലേക്ക് വിടുന്നത്. ടാങ്കിലേക്ക് ചെന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് അവിടെ രണ്ട് തരം സെൻസേഴ്സ് യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. TDS സെൻസർ ആണ് pH സെൻസേഴ്സ്. TDS സെൻസേഴ്സ് ടോട്ടൽ ഡിസോൾവ്ഡ് സോൾട്സ് അതിനെ ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്യും. അപ്പോൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും ബയോളജിക്കലായിട്ടുള്ള മാറ്റേഴ്സോ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ പ്രസന്റ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിനെ ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്യും. ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഒരു ഡ്രിങ്കബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള വാട്ടറിൽ പറയുന്ന PPM എന്ന് പറയുന്ന TDS വാല്യൂ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് 300 ppm ആണ്. അതിന് മുകളിലേക്ക് പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് യൂസറിന് നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ വരും ഇതായിട്ടുണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ്. അപ്പോൾ pH അതുപോലെ തന്നെ. pH നമുക്ക് കുടിക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്ത ഒരു രീതിയിലേക്ക് കൂടി കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കായിട്ട് നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ പോകുന്നതാണ് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ആൻഡ് ഡാറ്റ ഇൻ്റഗ്രേഷൻ ഫോർ കോംപ്രഹെൻസീവ് അനാലിസിസ്. നമ്മൾ ഇതിൽ നിന്ന് വന്ന ഓരോ സെൻസേഴ്സിൽ നിന്ന് വന്ന ഡാറ്റയെ നമ്മൾ ഇൻ്റഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് ഈ ഒരു ഫുൾ സിസ്റ്റത്തിലേക്കും വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ പലതരത്തിൽ നിന്നുള്ള സെൻസേഴ്സിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ഡാറ്റ നമ്മളെടുത്ത് ആണ് ഓരോ ഇതിലും വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നെക്സ്റ്റ്, AI കുറിച്ച് പറയാനായിട്ട് സായി.
ഓക്കെ, സോ നമുക്ക് അതിന് മുമ്പ് AI കുറിച്ച് പറയണമെങ്കിൽ മുമ്പ് നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ ഒരു ബ്ലോക്ക് ഡയഗ്രം ഉണ്ട്. സോ ആക്ച്വലി ആദ്യം വരുന്നത് വാട്ടർ സോഴ്സ് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ സിസ്റ്റത്തിലേക്ക് കയറുന്നുണ്ട്. സിസ്റ്റത്തിലേക്ക് കയറിയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ആദ്യം വരുന്നത് ഒരു ടർബിഡിറ്റി സെൻസർ ആണ്. സോ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഇറ്റ് ഗോസ് ടു ദ വാൾ. ഇൻ ദ വാൾ what happens is that if the turbidity sensor detects any turbidity or any kinds of mud and all in the water, the valve will open towards the filter. So it will go to a filter and filters the water, and then it goes to the tank. Otherwise, it will go straight to the tank. Then after that, in the tank we have a pH sensor and the TDS sensor, both which were explained by Basil. After that, it will go to the pressure sensor and the flow sensor, and after that to the supply valve. So AI model, what we have here is, in the last block diagram, we saw a pressure sensor and a flow sensor, right? So these two we will use as input for teaching the machine learning algorithm. for teaching the machine learning algorithm, and also in the system we will be using these two as the input. So the machine learning algorithm takes these two inputs, then from that it predicts the output, it predicts the leaks in the system using this machine learning algorithm. So next we have the expected outcomes. Now the expected outcomes are the proactive leakage detection and efficient water loss control. And so now we are concluding, and before concluding, I'd like to summarize the things we have in the system. We are mainly focusing on the leakage in the system that usually happens. So because of these leakages, we'll have contaminations in the water, and because of this there are various and major health risks. And to solve this, we are using our ALPS system to detect leakages, through which we can solve this issue. I'd like to conclude the project now. Thank you.
You are going to identify the water leakage system. You are using two sensors, pressure sensors. What is the basic principle pressure sensor? How will you identify the leakage?
നമ്മൾ വെള്ളം ഫ്ലോ ചെയ്യുന്നതിനൊരു പ്രഷർ ഉണ്ടാവും. അപ്പൊ ആ ഒരു അനോമൽ ആയിട്ടൊരു പ്രഷർ, വെള്ളത്തിനൊരു പ്രഷറും വരുവാണെങ്കിൽ, അതായത് അനോമൽ ആയിട്ട് വെള്ളം ഫ്ലോ ചെയ്യുകയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പ്രഷർ വേരിയേഷൻ നമുക്ക് നോർമലായിട്ട് ഒരു പൈപ്പിൽ കൂടെ പോകുമ്പോഴുള്ള പ്രഷർ നമുക്ക് എ മോഡൽ വെച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നോർമൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ളതിന് നമുക്ക് അറിയാൻ പറ്റും. അതല്ലാതെ നമുക്ക് ഒരു പരിധി വിട്ട് ഒരു ഇത് പ്രഷർ വേരി ചെയ്യുകയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫ്ലോയ്ക്ക് വ്യത്യാസം വരികയോ ഒക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമുക്ക് എനെ വെച്ച് ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഫ്ലോ മറ്റേ ലീക്കേജ് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്, നമുക്ക് ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും.
How will you identify the place, which place is leakage occurs?
We'll be keeping these sensors in various these pipes are like branches, right? So each pipe will have
can you tell any application?
നമ്മൾ ഒരു വീട്ടിൽ തന്നെയാണെങ്കിലും ഒറ്റ വാൽവ് ആയിരിക്കില്ല നമ്മൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, കുറേ വാൽവുകളായിരിക്കും. ഇതിന് കുറച്ച് വാൽവുകൾസ് നമ്മൾ എക്സ്ട്രാ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിന് ഓരോ വാൽവും നമുക്ക് ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് എവിടെയായിരിക്കും കൂടുതൽ ഈ പ്രഷറിന് ഇത് വേരിയേഷൻ വരുന്നത് നമുക്ക് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യണം. അപ്പോൾ അത് വെച്ചിട്ട് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടായിരിക്കും നമ്മൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
Okay.
Can you just show the flow chart? One block diagram, right? Not flow chart, block diagram. Can you tell me the significance of TDS sensor, which is present in that tank?
TDS sensor will detect the total dissolved salts components in the water. That measures, and TDS sensor വെച്ച് നമുക്ക് യൂസ് ചെയ്യാം. നമുക്ക് കുടിക്കുന്ന വെള്ളത്തിന് 300 ppm എന്നാണ് നമുക്ക് WHO പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു എമൗണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് അതിന് മുകളിലേക്ക് പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ വെള്ളം കുടിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് നമുക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് അപ്പോൾ ഹോം ഓണറിനോട് പറയാം. ഇപ്പോൾ നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ ചെല്ലും, പുള്ളിക്ക് നമുക്ക് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ഇപ്പോൾ വാട്ടർ കൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ pH ആണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് pH വേരി ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇതുണ്ടെന്ന് വയ്ക്കാം. പക്ഷേ ഇതാണ് ഈ വാട്ടറിന് എന്താണ് പ്രശ്നം നമുക്ക് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യാം, അവർക്ക് ഹെൽത്ത് റിസ്ക് കുറയ്ക്കാൻ പറ്റും.
So that value is being set as a set point or something in your algorithm?
300 is maximum value. അതിന് മുകളിൽ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ വന്ന രീതിയിലാണ് നമ്മൾ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
ഓക്കെ. സോ നിങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്ന അൽഗോറിതംസിനെ നിങ്ങൾ ആ ഒരു വാല്യൂ എത്തുന്ന രീതിക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടാണോ ചെയ്യാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്?
അതന്നെ.
ഇല്ല മാം, പ്രഷർ സെൻസറും ഫ്ലോ സെൻസറും മാത്രമാണ് AI മോഡലിന്റെ ഇതിലേക്കുള്ള ഇൻപുട്ട് ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കുന്നത്. പിന്നെ TDS സെൻസറും pH സെൻസറും വേറെയാണ്.
നമ്മൾ IoT യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. IoT വെച്ചിട്ട് 300 മുകളിൽ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ വന്ന രീതിയിലാണ് നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കുന്നത്.
അപ്പോൾ ഇതിലിപ്പം ടാങ്കിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്ന നമ്മുടെ വാട്ടർ TDS സെൻസർ വഴിയെല്ലാം ഓക്കെ വാല്യൂസ് എല്ലാം കറക്റ്റ് ആണെങ്കിൽ ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ഗോ ടു പ്രഷർ സെൻസർ അല്ലേ? അപ്പോൾ പ്രഷർ സെൻസർ കറക്റ്റ് പ്രഷറിലാണോ വാട്ടർ ഫ്ലോ ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു.
അനോമലീസ് ഇൻ പ്രഷറിൽ നമുക്ക് അനോമൽ ഒരു വേരിയേഷൻ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇപ്പൊ ഡിക്റ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്യും, എപ്പോഴും പ്രഷർ ഡിക്റ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്യും. ഒരു അനോമൽ വേരിയേഷൻ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ലീക്കേജ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന് നമുക്ക് പ്രെഡിക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യും.
അപ്പോൾ അവിടെയും ഒരു ട്രെയിനിങ് അൽഗോരിതത്തിന്റെ ആവശ്യം നമുക്ക് വരുന്നുണ്ട്.
ലീക്കേജിലാണ് ട്രെയിനിങ് അൽഗോരിതം യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
അതായത് അബ്നോർമൽ പ്രഷർ വേരിയേഷൻ, അതുപോലെ ആ പ്രഷർ വേരിയേഷൻ അനുസരിച്ച് ഫ്ലോ നടന്നില്ലെങ്കിലാണ് നമുക്ക് ട്രെയിനിങ്ങിൽ നമ്മൾ എന്തോ എറർ ഉണ്ട്, അതിനനുസരിച്ച് ഫ്ലോ പ്രോപ്പർ ആക്കണം. അപ്പോഴും നിങ്ങളുടെ ഇതിനകത്ത് എവിടെയാണ് ലീക്കേജ് ആ പൈപ്പിൽ വരുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നമുക്ക് അടുത്തൊരു ഇഷ്യൂ വരുന്നത്. ബിക്കോസ് സെൻസേഴ്സ് നമ്മൾ പ്ലേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞു റാൻഡം ആയിട്ട് ഓരോരോ പ്ലേസസിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഫിക്സ് ചെയ്യും അല്ലേ? അങ്ങനെയല്ലേ പറഞ്ഞു? ഓക്കെ.
Thank you, Hiba Biran and team for the thoughtful presentation. Now, next I invite Titus Alex, Nandana Mol and Naresh Ramesh for the presentation of Talkage Institute of Science and Technology, IT Department.
A warm good morning to one and all present here. Today, a warm good morning to one and all present here. Today, we are presenting our project Intelligent River Pollution Monitoring System using IoT, machine learning and blockchain to detect pollution, predict risk and secure data. Water is vital, yet only 2.5% of Earth's water is fresh water. Industrial and household waste, especially improper chemical disposal, significantly pollutes water. As seen in Indonesia, where 68% of river water was clean in 2015. Continuous monitoring is very essential to ensure water safety, and IoT systems like LoRa offer real-time and cost-effective solutions for maintaining clean water and preventing pollution.
So moving on to motivation. What actually motivated us? So moving on to the motivation, what actually motivated us? So in the past few years, we could see that most of the rivers in India were actually polluted, and it is still continuing. So we have collected few of the incidents which has happened in the past, and we have noted it down, and we could see that the first one is the Kerala State Literary Survey problem, which took place in 2017. That is, most of the rivers in the rural India was actually polluted, and they approached the government for a help, but the government was helpless. So that was actually a very concerning thing for us. And the second thing was the Yamuna River fish kill, which took place in 2022. That is, a massive fish die-off took place due to the high levels of ammonia and low dissolved oxygen. So, and the next one was Bellandur Lake fire, which happened in 2017. That is a lake caught fire. Bellandur is a lake in Bangalore, and something which is very concerning, that is the Ganga river pollution, which is still ongoing. That is, Ganga is one of the most sacred rivers in India, which is still facing river pollution. And we have seen almost 15 to 20 papers, and we could identify few problems Those problems were most of the systems were centralized. That is, if one node, fails, the entire system shuts down. So that actually was very concerning. And the second thing was most of the equipments which was actually used in the projects were expensive, and we could see that the data loss was actually, a very important part, and time consuming, because each and every time the notification was sent to the user about the water levels or the pollution levels and all, but we are focusing on just notifying the user once the water is actually polluted, once it is exceeded a particular level. And the next thing is high power consumption. So we have concluded it with the problem statement, that is, we'll be including IoT, we'll be including IoT, then 5G technology and mobile applications, then we'll be using machine learning algorithms and real-time validation, and choose quality sensors, because most of the sensors which we could see in the previous projects were of low quality sensors, but which had a lot of errors. So we'll be using low price sensors, but we'll be comparing with lab precise sensors like Orion, etc. So yeah. So moving on to the objective.
Our objective is to implement a decentralized system for ensuring security and preventing the single point failure. Also, we employ IoT sensors at strategic locations for monitoring the key water quality parameters like pH, turbidity, temperature, and TDS. And we create a real-time alert system that triggers only when the pollution exceeds a dangerous level, and integrating machine learning algorithms to analyze historical and real-time data predicting potential pollution issues.
Coming on to the methodology, the first one we have is the architecture, which consists of 5 layers. The perception layer, which consists of multiple sensors such as TDS, temperature, pH, as well as turbidity sensors. The data processing layer, which consists of multiple edge computing units, which then transfer the information to different IoT servers. The IoT servers are connected using 5G or long-range WAN, and the data integrity and security layer provides blockchain technology as well as machine learning models for future prediction of data. Finally, we can access the data using mobile as well as web applications. The use case diagram consists of the user as well as the stakeholders or the pollution control board. The user is responsible for the maintenance and deployment of the system, whereas the stakeholders receive the data along with the predicted values with security. The implementation tools, it consists of 4 tools. That is the Internet of Things, which consists of interconnected devices which send and receive data. The microprocessor we use over here is an ESP32, which is a powerful microprocessor, which also consists of add-on 5G and long-range WAN modules. Now, for the cloud platform, which it offers us a scalable as well as a reliable infrastructure for data processing, storage, as well as analytics. The service we use over here is known as Antes. Next. Okay, machine learning involves training algorithms for prediction of data. The algorithms we can use over here include linear regression as well as decision trees. The software we use for training the model is TensorFlow. Finally, when it comes to blockchain technology, it is a decentralized and secure ledger technology that records transactions in a transparent and immutable manner. The example we use over here is Ethereum, which allows developers to build and deploy smart contracts as well as decentralized applications.
So the system provides real-time water quality data that aids environmental protection and public health. It empowers communities, assist the pollution control board in enforcing regulations, and promote industry accountability and for a sustainable future. Thank you.
These are the references. Thank you. Any questions?
Your title is Intelligent River Pollution. Okay, what do you mean by intelligence?
Including AI, ML, and blockchain technologies.
What is the significance of blockchain in your topic?
So we're actually focusing on making the project decentralized. Like most of the projects which we could see in the past years were centralized. So we are focusing on making it decentralized. So blockchain helps in providing security as well as decentralization technologies.
In your developing model using 3 technology, ML, which algorithm can be used? ML.
Linear regression as well as decision trees.
Decision trees. What do you mean by decision tree?
It allows us to, it's allowed to make decisions based on previously obtained data. So we can move on to the future data using yes or no sequence.
Why are you choosing a linear regression algorithm? What is the importance?
It's more accurate and simple to implement compared to other systems, which is what we've noticed.
After getting the data, you given to the pollution control board. What is the outcome of your project?
The outcome of the project is to provide the data with security as well as accurate data at an affordable cost.
The results are useful for the pollution control board for protecting the public health and also environmental protection.
Okay.
You told you'll be using ESP32 microcontroller, right? So is it like you have a prototype or you are planning to implement a hardware which can be integrated with the software? Is it like that?
Yes.
So ESP32 will be having connection with what all components?
Uh, it has a connection to the water quality sensors, which are temperature sensor, turbidity, temperature.
So we'll be using few sensors like turbidity sensors, TDS, and etc. So we'll even be having a LoRaWAN technology, and then we'll be having a microcontroller that is at Mega 32P AU. So we'll be involving all these technologies in a acrylic box, so which can be used underwater also. So it won't be affected with the water won't be getting inside or something.
Okay, so what is the input to the controller? What?
Sensor data.
Sensor
So the data
data.
which we collected from the IoT sensors would be added to the to the
So
microcontroller.
there will be like 2 to 3 inputs, right? Not a single input. So will a single microcontroller be able to handle all those data and process it?
Miss, we are working on it, so we'll definitely find it out and do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Titus and team, for the exceptional presentation. Now I invite Bobby Subhash Abhishek Nair of Tokach Institute of Science and Technology from IT department for their presentation.
keyboard work A warm good afternoon to the judges. I am very grateful that we have got the opportunity to present our presentation in front of you. So my topic being water wastage due to leakage. As it is very known that majority of the water wastage happens due to leakage. May the leakage come in many forms. The leakage can be in a form where there may be broken pipes or some kind of any interventions in the pipe holes where people will illegally take water. So this is where we are facing this issue, and our PPT deals with this. So I would like to explain the abstract through Bobby, who is my teammate. So I'll hand him over the mic.
Okay, good morning all. Now I am going to explain the abstract. So what we are going to say is about how to mitigate the leakage problems. So basically we are implementing it using by a sensor, using ODISI sensor, and it is integrated with a pressure sensor. So the problems we have is like we can't detect multiple leakages and all. So we here are intending to provide solutions for identifying them and decentralizing the data into one system. So I will so Abhishek.
So our project basically consists of an optical fiber sensor. Now this is very much known that we are not integrating a huge part of chunk of ML AI into this. We are using what is existing. See, the first thing is to use what is existing, then go forward towards something that is futuristic. I understand futuristic is a point where we should be looking at, but if something is already existing, why not we utilize that first, right? So we have used optical fiber sensors which already exist. So how this works is, let's consider there is an optical fiber. We know how it works. It works on the principle of light, correct? So if there is a change in the direction of light, or if there is a change in the frequency of the light, this optical sensor detects the thing. So this is how we are using it, and our integration basically uses this. The second thing we are using is the pressure transducer. So what is a pressure transducer? It's used at the end, which is also used for thermal sensing. Water differences can also be detected to use leakage. See, now I'll tell you, if there is an entire thermally insulated water pipe, and if there is a small leakage, of course the temperature is gonna fluctuate in that. So this has also been used. So we are using two sensors at the same time. We're using optical sensors. If in case they fail to detect the pressure change, we have pressure transducer too. So the key challenges we are facing here, as I have mentioned in the introduction itself, the first challenge being we have this where people will use a lot of leakages to detect, they will use leakages to their advantage. They will source of water from there. One of the another thing is inaccurate water measurement system. As we know, municipality in India is not as good as it should be. Even if there is water leakage, even if there is water being used from other third parties, they will not have any kind of monitoring system as accurate to detect that. Apart from that, environmental degradation will include overuse of water. What has to be used, it will be used beyond the normal usage. Now, this is one of the most practicality that we are using over here. And now, continuing on this, I would like to show you the next slide. So impact of water wastage, as I have already told you, impact of water wastage includes negative effect on the ecosystem, severe depletion of water because the water will be used more than it has to be used per day. Apart from that, challenging in meeting water conservation goals. As we know, water is a very important resource that we need for the future. If it's not available, conservation goals will not be reached, hence overutilization of water. So this is a prime example how water is being illegally extracted. Looks like a broken pipe, but that is not the thing. People use this in farming. If there are underwater pipelines, what do people do is basically they'll create a hole in this, which will provide them a free spring system, right? So that is where they are using it. Apart from that, we have this is called as, we have fire hydrants in India, not very common, but in US and other states it's very common. So people extract fire hydrants to fill their own tanks. This is one of the prime example that is being used. This is used from a rural area where people are not that, what do you call,
the police and as well as the management system is not as good as over there, so they will not be able to detect this properly. But this is one of the challenging situations that we have. So the potential solutions include using of AI. Apart from that, using the current solutions that we already have, implementing IoT is another thing. But as I have told you, our project does not goes deep into AI, machine learning, IoT. Although this can be used, but we want to first use something that's already available. Why to go for something that's futuristic when you have already available resources, correct? So that is what we have decided. So the role of the technology in providing water leakage, so there are smart metering systems that are used, the pressure gauges are used, but these are not as accurate. So what we want to do is to implement two-phased one where we are using one optical sensor as well as a pressure transducer. So what is our solution? Our solution is to leak detection of water using optical based pressure sensor. So this is where our project deals with. So this is the basic working. If you can see, there is a PVC pipe. This is the basic model. This is not the original one, but this is a basic model. Let's say there is a PVC pipe which is having water inlet. So there is a water outlet which will control the water supplied into the PVC. We have an optical fiber as well as a pressure transducer. Now the pressure transducer is the second part of the thing. In case if the optical fiber is to fail, we have a pressure transducer. Now how the optical fiber works is, so I'll show you through the working. See, the working is in description, but I feel like through the image, I can explain everyone properly. So what is happening is we can see there is an optical fiber-based pressure sensor. So what there is a system which will detect the fiber-based light transmitting. That is, if water is forced into the pipe, this will calculate how much pressure there is. How does optical fiber does it is it will calculate the wave frequency of the light that is coming from it. So it will decide like, okay, there is a pressure of 3 over here. So whenever any kind of water leakage or any kind of water dispensing happens, the pressure will change, of course, because the frequency of the light will change with regards to the pressure, because it's very sensitive. In case, even if this fails, even if we say, what if it failed, right? So it failed, we have the pressure transducer which will calculate the temperature change. Hence, if there is temperature change, we can also calculate it through that in case the pressure change is not detected.
So I will explain about ODIS. ODIS is a integrated system which is used along with this sensor, pressure sensor. So എന്താണ് ODIS എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ പറയാനായിട്ട് ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ കറണ്ട് എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് സിസ്റ്റത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് ഒരു ഡീസെൻട്രലൈസേഷൻ ഇല്ല. അതാണ് മെയിൻ പ്രോബ്ലം. എലോങ് വിത്ത് അതിന് കൂടെ വരുന്നതാണ് എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് ഒരു വേറെ സ്ഥലത്തിരുന്ന് മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ആക്സസ് പറ്റത്തില്ല. അപ്പൊ നമുക്കത് മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ആയിട്ട് ആക്സസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റണമെങ്കിൽ ODIS യൂസ് ചെയ്യണം. ODIS യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന വേറൊരു അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ എത്ര ഹസാർഡസ് കണ്ടീഷൻ ആയാലും ODIS നമുക്ക് യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ലൈക്ക് ഇപ്പം നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ എക്സ്പ്ലോസീവ് ഒരു എൻവോൺമെന്റ് ആയിരിക്കും. ആ എൻവോൺമെന്റ് നമുക്ക് പെട്രോൾ ഒക്കെ ആയിരിക്കും നമുക്ക് ഒരു പൈപ്പിൽ കൂടെ പോകുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഒരു ലീക്കേജ് ഉണ്ടായ അത് വലിയൊരു ഹസാർഡിന് കാരണം. അപ്പം ഈ ODIS ആണ് ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഏറ്റവും എഫിഷ്യന്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇന്റഗ്രേറ്റഡ് സിസ്റ്റം ഇതിന് പറയാനായിട്ടുള്ളത്. പിന്നെ വേറൊരു ഇതെന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ലീക്കേജും പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ആ പൈപ്പ് മെറ്റീരിയലിന്റെ സ്ട്രെങ്ത്തും ഏറ്റവും നല്ലതായിട്ട് എഫിഷ്യന്റ് ആയിട്ട് ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത് ODIS കൊണ്ടിട്ടാണ്.
So in summary, ODIS is a sensor which can detect overall efficiency, which is already available. Again, as I have already said, we are using the things that are already available rather than going for something which is very futuristic and not accessible.
So these are the sensors. As you can see, I will explain the B graph. The A graph is the pressure transducer where you can see the temperature changes are being seen. You see the temperature changes in the first phase and the second phase are nearly the same, but the third phase it shoots up, which means that there has been some kind of leakage or the pressure has been changing or there is a temperature change because of the water leakage. The second part of the graph shows the fiber. So what is happening in the second one is you can see the constant pressure being there, but there is a dip in between. Dip means there is a change in pressure which has been drastic. May be small, light is something that can be affected very easily. Hence, even the smallest pressure change will be detected. Now the case study, now this is already being used. As I said, this is an available technology, but this is not used together. Either transducer is used or either fiber optic is used. So it's already being used in many countries like Singapore. They are actively trying to integrate this. The cost of efficiency being very low because it's already available. Apart from that, these things are not very expensive. It's basic sensors that are being used in here and it's very easy to integrate. Fiber optic wire majorly costs only like 30 rupees per I think It's like 10 meter is like something around like 4,000 to 3,000 rupees. So I don't think this is going to be that big of an issue in here. Pressure transducer is still used in our own homes. Many of the times they are used in big homes, or many of the companies they are still being used. So these both are available, and the cost of efficiency is much better. So our future work suggests that since I have said we have not integrated AI or ML or anything into this, this is basically what the available technology is. It's what you can get and you can integrate it in together, right? Now the scope of this is less, because since there will be a big question, okay, what if both of them are not able to detect? What will we do? See, as I say, these are not the perfect. No man-made thing is perfect. We all are working on something. The more we progress, the more the sensors will be better, and the more it will get efficient. But if it is started to be integrated into more of the system, right? So we are going to get a better future, not integrating complex things, but going through the simple things. Sometimes simple is the best work you can go ahead with. So that is what we are saying. The future works just aims to make it into a future spatial solutions where we'll see that this thing is improved, the sensor is improved, the measuring system is improved to gain better results. So in conclusion, wastewater is a big deal. We need to work on it. We should not be taking it as light as we do. See, for us, water is plenty available. For our future, it's not. We need to work on this right now to protect our environment. And this is one of our solutions that we are providing. I hope everyone liked it. And thank you again, judges, for your time. Thank you, everyone.
My suggestion is the PPT, you have to write it in a bullets, not in a paragraph. Okay. What is the difference between normal pressure sensor and OBG pressure?
The normal pressure sensor is what we can see at our home. If you go near your motor, right, you'll see a pressure gauge on top. So that pressure gauge is not as accurate because it doesn't calculate the minor differences. See, water leakage can be as minor as it can be a small hole, as big as a big hole. So we cannot say like where the leakage is happening. But this optical, as soon as even a small change is detected, it will be like, okay, there is a change detected. But a normal one will only detect pressure change if there is a huge pressure change difference. So
how will you locate the leakage?
We do not locate the leakage. See, the thing is, it is not based on locating the leakage. It is based on understanding if there is a leakage. If you make a perfect system of pipe, you expect your water to come in a regular manner and to be, you see, if you're making a pipe, we'll be like, under every 5 minutes, I'm supposed to get 2 buckets of water. But let's say in after like 1 month, you're getting under 5 minutes, you're only getting 1 bucket of water. It's not the point that where we're going to detect the leakage. It's the point that we know there is a leakage. Yes, this can be known that there is a leakage. But what if during the time that it happened in the first place, not waiting 1 month, we'll know it in a day. So we are trying to reduce the time where we can finally find out the leakage is there, rather than giving it a lot of time, wasting a lot of resources already on that.
What are the problems identified during this?
The problems identified, the biggest problem about this project is that although this is correct, as I have said, this is the existing technology that we are using. It is true, but the problem about this whole thing is when we are integrating our optical sensors, one of the biggest issues is sometimes optical sensor fails because it's not necessary that the change in pressure on a long run line will be the same. Sometime on long run, even on the, as we know how water works, if you're throwing it through a long pipe of line, even if there is a small change, maybe it will not be detected. That is the biggest problem statement. And as I said, with the advancement in technology, if this is improved, it can become more accurate and more better.
Why are you choosing this OBG sensor?
We use this.
Decentralization is the main problem concern here, and other problem is ഇപ്പൊ പറയാനുള്ളത് വെച്ചാൽ ഹസാർഡസ് കണ്ടീഷൻ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ. അപ്പം ആ ഒരു എൻവയോൺമെന്റ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ ഈ ODSI ആ സെൻസർ തന്നെ വേണം. അപ്പം അതാണ് നമുക്ക് മാർക്കറ്റിൽ ഏറ്റവും എഫിഷ്യന്റ് ആയിട്ട് യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഏറ്റവും ആക്യുറസി കാണിക്കുന്നത്. അതും നമ്മുടെ ഈ പ്രഷർ സെൻസറും കൂടെ എൻഗേജ് ഒരുമിച്ച് എംബഡ് ആയിട്ട് യൂസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ മാത്രമാണ് ആ ഒരു ഓവറോൾ എഫിഷ്യൻസി ഇപ്പൊ കാണിക്കുന്നത്. അത് ലൈക്ക് ഇപ്പൊ അത് ഭയങ്കര എക്സ്പെൻസീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സംഭവമൊന്നുമല്ല. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് എളുപ്പത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യാനും പറ്റും. ഭയങ്കര എഫിഷ്യൻസിയാണ്.
നിങ്ങൾ പ്ലോട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ലേ strain calculation? What is, how will you measure the strain value? Then how will you relate it with the leakage?
എങ്ങനെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണോ? വർക്കിംഗ് ഈസ് ബേസിക്കലി ലൈക്ക് വാട്ടർ ഫ്ലോ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം അതിന്റെ അകത്ത് ഒപ്റ്റിക്കൽ സെൻസർ ആണ് മെയിൻ ആയിട്ട് ഈ മെഷർമെന്റ് യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പം ലൈറ്റ് കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ആയിട്ട് പാസ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. അപ്പൊ ചെറിയൊരു വേരിയേഷൻ പ്രഷർ, ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മളിപ്പോ ODSI ഇതിന്റെ ആയിട്ട് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഈ പ്രഷർ മാത്രമല്ല ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ വേരിയൻസും കൂടെ ഈ ലൈറ്റ് ട്രാവലിനെ ഒബ്സ്ട്രക്ട് ചെയ്യും. അപ്പൊ അത് വെച്ചിട്ട് നമുക്ക് അവിടെ നിന്ന് സ്ട്രെയിൻ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പോൾ ആ മൈന്യൂട്ട് ഡിഫറൻസിൽ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് ആ ഒരു സ്ട്രെയിൻ പെട്ടെന്ന് അറിയാൻ പറ്റും. മാത്രമല്ല ഇപ്പം എന്തെങ്കിലും ഡീഗ്രഡേഷൻ ഓഫ് ദ പാർട്സ് ഓഫ് ദ പൈപ്പ് അങ്ങനെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ആകുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ആ ഒരു ചേഞ്ച് പെട്ടെന്ന് ലൈറ്റിൽ, അതാണ് ഈ ഒപ്റ്റിക്കൽ ഫൈബർ യൂസ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള മെയിൻ കാരണം. പെട്ടെന്ന് സ്ട്രെയിൻ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ വേരിയേഷൻ ആണ് ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ നമ്മൾ ഇത് ബേസിക് ഫിസിക്സ് അല്ല, ഇവിടെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്ട്രെയിൻ എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ എന്താ, ഒരു പെട്ടെന്ന് ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ഒരു സ്പോണ്ടേനിയസ് അല്ലാത്ത മാറ്റം, അതാണ് ഇവിടെ സ്ട്രെയിൻ എന്ന് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്.
What is the price of that ODI-SI sensor?
ODI-SI sensor is not that expensive. Per piece, it will be costing something around like 8 to 15,000 based on the intensity on the fiber length also.
8 to
15,000.
8 rupees.
8,000.
8,000 rupees to 15,000
rupees
per sensor.
Yes.
So what is the technology which is being implemented in this paper? You just show your conclusion slide. No, future works. What is FBG technology? What is that?
FBG, this is fiber grade. So FBG technology is what basically means fiber grading technology. So fiber grading technology is basically the use of fiber in this. So we are naming it as FBG. That means fiber grading technology. That's it.
Okay. Any drawbacks which you observed?
Yes, there are drawbacks. The biggest drawback that we can observe is that, see, even if this can detect a small pressure change, but there is a issue about this. See, biggest issue is it's not as sensitive as it should be. We are claiming here that we will provide you the smallest leakage that is over there. But in some cases, if the leakage is there, as I said, if there are long pipelines, even the smallest leakage is sometimes difficult to detect. It will cost you more. It will cost, if the longer the pipeline line would be, the more the longer the price would be. So one of the reason is it's not as accurate as it should be. As we are claiming, it should become more accurate, and that is where we bring in the future work. The more accurate it gets, the more better it will get.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby and Abhishek, for the informative presentation. Now, I would like to invite Rachel Anajit, Thomas Davis, and Rosmal Sibi for their presentation from Tokach Institute of Science and Technology of the IT department.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected judges, students, and teachers. Our group will be presenting the topic AI-driven multi-source water sanitation system. Coming to the introduction, access to clean water is a fundamental necessity. Yet millions around us still faces the challenges in obtaining safe drinking water. So traditional water purification method is still effective, but still often rely on single source of water, so which may not be sustainable or adaptable to different environmental conditions. So in response to this, our project offers an innovative approach that harnesses the artificial intelligence to manage, analyze, and optimize the water purification from multiple sources of water, such as residential, industrial wastewater, and seawater. So as we come to the abstract, the AI-driven multi-source water sanitation system is an innovative solution designed to address the global challenge of providing clean water by utilizing AI to manage purification. So the system integrates smart sensors and real-time monitoring devices to analyze water quality and automatically adjust purification process based on the input source and ensuring efficient resources is used. The AI-driven approach not only optimizes water sanitation but also promotes sustainability and improves access to water safer water for communities. So I call upon Rachel.
So coming to our problem statement. Basically, the problem statement is the limited adaptability of traditional systems. So conventional water
purification systems, they use a single source of water. If it's residential wastewater, they use that. If it's seawater, they focus on that. But we have found a solution for multiple sources of water that can be processed at once. And yeah, the inability to effectively treat varying water sources, as in you cannot treat the water you get from one source like you do the water you get from another source. Like each water has its own different needs, and yeah, so that comes to dynamic purification, and each water requires the unique approach to purification. And yeah, real-time fluctuating contamination levels and environmental changes, they all affect all of that. So yeah, our basic approach is with AI, obviously, and we use artificial intelligence to automate the process of um, water quality monitoring and dynamically adjusting the purification process. So this is a basic water treatment plant. It is an existing plant, and the basic um system is coagulation. So you add chemicals to filter out the big sediments, and then you put it into sedimentation basin, and then you filter and disinfect. So this is the basic uh, system, but our proposed solution, so we propose a water treatment plant with different levels. So on the top level, level 0, water from each source is collected. So for this project, we decided on 3 sources of water. That is seawater. So for coastal regions with industrial wastewater and everything, we deal with that all at once. We use seawater, industrial wastewater, and residential wastewater, and we collected at the topmost level, that's level 0, and it is left there to coagulate and sediment. And the top, after a while, after sedimentation has occurred, the water is moved to level 1, which is a sand filter. Now, sand is a great filtration system. It is cost effective. It uses sand, gravel, and other materials to remove impurities. Now, we place IoT sensors at each level of the water treatment plant, so it can detect the pH levels, the turbidity, and all the different things that we need to be monitored. And the data is analyzed, and each batch of water is treated as unique. So if one batch of water, if it's from the sea, you send it to level 2, that is graphene filters and nanopore engineering, that is used for desalination. So you take off the salt. Yeah, and level 3 is electrochemical filters, and this is mainly used for residential and industrial wastewater, and it uses electricity and chemicals to purify the water, and this greatly reduces the chemical use when you use electricity as well. And the technique that we propose is electrochemical disinfection, and it uses electricity to generate chlorine from the salts that are inside the water. So you don't need to add extra chlorine, and that way you disinfect the water. And the last level is reverse osmosis and ozone filtration. That is, basically in every water filtration system right now, but it's very effective. And finally, you get pure drinking water. And so we come to the technologies that are proposed to be used. So IoT sensors, obviously, they monitor pH, turbidity, and dissolved contaminants. We place IoT sensors at each level, and we analyze them. The sensor data is analyzed, and we use machine learning algorithms to find patterns and trends in the water. So if there's an anomaly, for in case we get a batch of water that is extra contaminated, we need to run it through the desalination level again. We send it back. And yeah, artificial intelligence is used to monitor and direct. So there's no need for human interaction. Each batch of water can be completely purified with AI, and the entire system, the pipes, the valves, everything can be automated with AI. And coming to our future works, so this is just a proposed system for now, but it can be developed. It can be integrated into existing water treatment plants, even if it's not fully automated. We can still use the IoT sensors and the machine learning algorithms to help the existing water treatment plants, and also a completely the development of a new completely water treatment plant can be developed using this architecture that we have proposed. And so the conclusion is that by leveraging AI to purify diverse water sources, it enables us to dynamically adapt to changing contamination levels and treat each batch of water as unique and get the best clean water while reducing waste and promoting sustainability. Thank you.
What is AI? What is the significance of AI in your technique?
So with AI, we basically use this to automate everything. So we have 5 levels right now. So if, for example, a batch of water has like a chemical that we haven't seen before, we use the historical data and then we analyze. We make decisions on what to do with that water because we use electrochemical treatments, right? And each chemical needs to be dealt in a different way. And so we use AI to decide what to do with that.
You got the data from the IoT sensors.
Yes, ma'am.
After getting the data,
After getting the data, we analyze the data. So usually there is an amount of contamination that we expect, right, from the different industrial, different residential areas.
what are the levels?
Yeah, we monitor the levels, but if it's out of bounds or if there's something off, then we use AI to decide what to do with it.
Any predictive models are used?
Oh, we don't predict like that. No, we just monitor.
analyze the data
Yeah,
only.
we just analyze.
So can you tell me the comparison with the existing systems, how your solution stands different?
Yeah, sure. Just get So in the existing system, mainly our focus is on different sources of water. So for the existing system, you usually get the water from a single source. If it's residential or industrial, you treat the water all the same. Like the processes, they're all the same. But this one, we get the water from different sources. So we have to treat it dynamically. We have to treat it as unique. Each batch of water will be contaminated in a different way. So if it's seawater, we have to treat it in a different way. We have to desalinize it. If it's industrial waste, we have to do the electrochemical process and everything. So our focus is mainly on different sources of water because we cannot rely on a single source of water all the time. Like if an industrial plant shuts down, we lose the water source from there. But here we can gather the water from different sources. So we have a source of water that's always, that's guaranteed to come into the water treatment plant.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rachel and team, for the wonderful presentation. Now I welcome Titiksha and her team to present their model, which they have been prepared for us.
So this is our Wi-Fi controlled water purification system, and this is the last one that we have done. So this is the last part of our water purification system. This is what reaches the houses. So here it is Wi-Fi controlled. It can be controlled by a government official or at a central office. I'm turning both of them on right now, and there is a few seconds of delay before it starts. Now you can see that the dirty water is being collected from this pump right here. And first, it moves to this first storage tank. Then the carbon filter. The carbon filter is having 3 layers of filtration, which filters all the dust and dirt particles. From there, it moves on to the UV filter. So this UV filter kills off all the bacteria. There's also a microbial sensor here, which beeps if there is any microbes left. From there, the water moves into a storage tank, and here you can see the water is coming out, and this is clean. So this is basically our project, and this is what both of them designed. So that's it. Thank you.
So now, thank you, Titiksha. Thank you, Titiksha and team, for your wonderful presentation. So now it's lunch break, and all the participants are expected to reach here by 1:45. There we will distribute the prizes. Thank you all. Thank you, judges, for your time.
Hello, hello.